Hello, good morning.
Eh, eh, ah.
Inaugural.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to this high-level session on grid interactive buildings. To start the proceedings, I'd like to invite Mr. G.P. Upadhyay, Director General EPTA, to come on the stage, please. I request Mr. Ashish Khanna, DG ISA, to come on the stage. Uh, Dr. Dhawan, please. Mr. Ferruccio, if you can please come on the stage. Uh, May I request Upadhyay Sahab to felicitate the distinguished panel members. Sir, if you can felicitate Mr. Ashish Khanna first. Wait. Uh, Dr. Vibha Dhawan, please. Hi, Ferruccio, please. Yeah. Uh, Thank you so much, sir. May I now request you to come and give the opening remarks on grid interactive buildings, please?
A very good morning, everyone. Director General of International Solar Alliance, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the Energy Research Institute, Mrs. Vibha Dhawan, Mr. Ferruccio Santeti, Latin America and the Caribbean Regional Director and Sustainable Finance Global Lead, Global Green Growth Institute. All distinguished people, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this high-level session on grid interactive building, the new frontiers of energy transition. It's my privilege to welcome you all on this session on scaling built environment efficiency and grid flexibility at COP30 in Belém. As we meet at this critical juncture, COP30's mandate is clear: accelerate the energy transition and build climate resilience. We turn our attention to an often overlooked climate frontier, our existing buildings and cities. Belém setting on the Amazon underscores the urgency of preserving our natural capital, but the climate crisis also demands transforming our urban ecosystems. Globally, buildings consume roughly 40% of energy and emit about one-third of greenhouse gases. The climate clock is ticking. Each building we construct today or operate today locks in decades of emissions. We must rapidly transform our buildings from static energy sinks into dynamic assets for decarbonization. For India, this challenge is already central to our national vision. We have made bold strides in the energy transition and are being watched by the entire world. This year, India achieved 50% of its installed power capacity from non-fossil sources, 5 years ahead of our Paris 2030 target. And we now target 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity by 2030. COP30 President Andre Correa de Lago has praised India for embracing a transformative role in the global energy transition, saying India have embraced climate action in a very clear way and is driving down the cost of clean energy worldwide. These achievements underscore India's leadership and scale in expanding renewable energy. At the same time, we recognize that the built environment is the next frontier for our climate agenda. Our solar panels, our batteries, and our buildings must all work together and harder for the planet. It is also imperative to ensure that the vulnerable and underprivileged population and communities of Global South are protected from the impact of climate crisis. Today we shine a spotlight on the frontier grid interactive building environment. Historically, buildings have been passive consumers of power. Today, thanks to smart digital controls, rooftop solar, and storage, we have a paradigm shift. The International Energy Agency notes that such buildings can shift from energy intensive consumers to low carbon prosumers, able to produce, store, sell, and buy electricity, becoming active participants in the grid. In practice, this means every home, office, and factory can be a micro power plant and a source of flexibility. Smart thermostats, solar panels, batteries, and demand response technologies enable buildings to reduce demand, store renewable power, and even support the grid during peak times. This is a profound new role for our cities, one that maximizes efficiency, unlocks renewable energy, and strengthens resilience. To catalyze this transformation, India is establishing a Center of Excellence on Grid Interactive Buildings at IIT Delhi, which is a premier institute in the country. This Center of Excellence will unite academia, industry, and government to translate research into real-world actions. Alongside today's launch and the new ISA report on Building Integrated Photovoltaics, BIPV, we now have the knowledge and momentum to guide policy and investment. Our mission must be to turn vision into action, crafting the policies, projects, and partnerships that scale grid interactive building environment from pilots to the mainstream. As our session objective reminds us, we will focus on practical steps and ensure no community is left behind, creating clean energy jobs, making solutions affordable, and extending benefits to people everywhere, which is so central to the Global South agenda, which India so well highlighted during the G20 summit hosted by India in 2023. Under COP's 30 Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Agenda, we gather with a sense of urgency and shared purpose. We have with us government ministers, regulators, technical experts, and international partners from India and beyond to chart this path together. The question before us is not whether we should transform the built environment, but how fast and how collectively we can do this, or we can achieve this. Let us use this moment to pledge bold action, leveraging smart grids, decentralized solar and storage, and collaborative innovation to make our buildings efficient, flexible, and resilient. Thank you very much, all of you once again, and thanks for joining this important dialogue. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Upadhyay sir, for your insightful remarks. I think it is high time that buildings are considered as prosumers of energy rather than just consumers. And while there have been some initiatives in the past and also in the recent times, I'm sure this proposed Center of Excellence will go a long way in bringing awareness as well as concurrence on this topic. May I now invite Mr. Ashish Khanna, DG ISA, for his special remarks, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Solar Hub, the only place where 125 countries who are members of ISA sit together with youth, as I see a lot of you, and all stakeholders on how can solar, which has doubled in just last 2 years, can actually reach everyone. Today, we are here in Belem on a very important topic because International Solar Alliance will be launching a flagship report, BIPV in Action, Global Climate Case Study Compendium. As we gather in Amazon, one of the world's greatest climate stabilizers, we are reminded that the world will need to protect its forest, but also need to manage our cities. Why are cities important? Because cities consume more than 70% of world's electricity demand and generate nearly 2/3 of global emissions. This is also more of a global south agenda because 70% of buildings in developing world by 2040 are yet to be constructed. And as a lot of developing worlds are constrained by land, having PV integrated within the buildings is one of the most important ways of getting energy security. And that is why ISA is focusing on building integrated photovoltaics called BIPV. ISA developed this compendium because real-world examples inspire real-world action. Across our 125 member countries, we saw a common challenge. Policymakers, architects, financiers, and developers all ask the same question. What does BIPV look like in practice, and how much does it cost? This report that we'll be releasing shortly answers that question. It brings together projects from different climate zones, and that is very important. Whether you are living in a humid tropical cities, cyclone-prone coastal regions, snow-laden countries, high ultraviolet desert environment, or dense Mediterranean urban centers. Each case demonstrates how design, policy, and technology come together to address specific climate and architectural needs. Whether that means corrosion-resistant materials for coastal areas, abrasion-resistant coatings for deserts, or high snow-led facades for colder regions. The goal of this compendium is simple: show what is possible, what is replicable, and what is scalable. I'm also proud that this publication includes powerful examples from Latin America, where we are today in COP. Let me give you two examples. In Brazil, the Germinair Institute in Sao Paulo shows how photovoltaics Brise Soleils can simultaneously reduce cooling demand, improve comfort, and generate clean energy. A model perfectly suited to Latin America's growing tropical cities. In Chile, the Nueva Cordoba building in Santiago demonstrates how modern architecture and solar facades can coexist beautifully, providing more than 190 million watt-hours of annual clean energy generation right in the heart of a dense business district. These examples are more than case studies, they are blueprints. Blueprints that prove that BIPV is not some futuristic sci-fi concept. It is practical, scalable solution for real buildings, real people, and real climate technologies. To build on this foundation, we are not going to stop with this compendium. We are also developing a BIPV guidebook, a practical blueprint covering design principles, certification standards, and policy integration strategies for member countries. And because innovation must speak the language of the context, we are conducting stakeholder consultations across Bhutan, Liberia, Denmark, Sweden, Chile, Spain, Morocco, Japan, Mauritius, Singapore, Fiji, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, and Uganda. These dialogues will bring together architects, ministries, utilities, and financial institutions to ensure that the next generation of solar buildings is globally informed, yet locally grounded. What we are hearing from all these nations is remarkably consistent, that BIPV is not merely a design innovation, it is an industrial and climate security imperative, one that can localize manufacturing, create green jobs, and redefine energy self-reliance. We are also, therefore, going to launch a programmatic program on BIPV that will have three pillars. One, open new pathways for BIPV materials and manufacturing. Two, build capability across architects, regulators, builders, and financiers. And three, strengthen regional examples so that each successful project unlocks the next 10 and 100. Our vision, though all of this looks complex, is very simple. and this is what I tell my teams. Can you get BIPV technology and financing as close, if not lower, than solar rooftop? Because if we do that, then for a land-constrained developing world, this will ensure energy security. This would then lead to mainstream BIPV as a cornerstone of future urban development, where buildings, as Mr. Upadhyay very rightly said, are no longer just energy consumers, but active contributors to national energy security and local resilience. So I don't know how many of you are from different professions, but I want to say if you are an architect, engineer, researchers, utility, whose work fills this compendium, thank you. And be part, because we will need all of you to work together to get it done. Because what we want is, this is an invitation to imagine what our future build spaces will look like, an invitation to solarize the cities, and an invitation to build a world where every building helps power the next generation. With that, it's my pleasure to launch the ISA case study compendium on BIPV in action. Together, let us make building and every building a partner in the energy transition. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna, for your remarks. And indeed, while a lot of people do appreciate that cities are proven centers of economic growth, there is not enough attention on their energy consumption and the need for energy transition, especially in the global south. I'm sure we'll hear more about it in the remarks of Dr. Dhawan. With this, may I request all the dignitaries on the dais to jointly launch the Center of Excellence on Grid Interactive Buildings. Sir, please.
ये पीछे आ जाएगा थोड़ा सा उधर so that this comes. Yes. May I request Dr. Tiwari from TERI to please come and take the proceedings of the report. Let's take a copy each. Let's launch. This we can come together. Congratulations so much.
Dr. Tiwari, would you like to come and maybe speak about the report a bit?
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais. I think DG ISA has already talked about this compendium, but I'll just give my short presentation on the report. Thank you everyone for taking the time and joining this thematic session. My presentation will introduce the BIPV in Action Global Climate Case Study Compendium developed by International Solar Alliance with the support from TERI, India, TUPSI, Switzerland, Tanapil, Switzerland, and Arkansas, Austria. The report demonstrates through real projects across various climatic zones that solar can be embedded directly into building scheme. The presentation will talk about why BIPV is particularly relevant now for rapidly urbanizing economies and what the case study proves about climate resilience design. And third, what policy and incentive levers countries can use to mainstream it. Yeah. So as Mr. Khanna has already told, we are having this urbanization problem, especially in Global South, where in Asia and Africa will host around 70% of new urban construction. Almost 7 in 10 people will live in cities, and most of the growth will happen in Global South. Building now one of the fastest growing electricity consumers. Around 60% of global electricity demand will come from the building. And the third is that cities, we simply don't have the barren land, and rooftop will not solve this particular problem. So because of we don't have enough land, and that is where BIPV comes in. It let us generate clean power on various surface. We are already building the facade. That is whether it is skylight, it is canopies or ventilated rooftop. That is shown in the figure at right. We can integrate the photovoltaic modules on the facade itself, and these areas can act as a generator of electricity at the same time. So the compendium is designed as a reference resource for government as well as city leaders. Each case study represent performance-based evidence, annual generation range, and indicative CO2 savings, so that authorities and financiers can judge technical fitness and reliability of the technology in their own environment conditions. There are total 13 global case studies spanning from institutional building, commercial building, industrial as well as the residential sector has been selected for this case study, and these case study provide verifiable benchmark for adoption and performance, showcasing BIPV versatility in real world application. So here is one particular example from Brazil that Mr. Khanna has already told. It represents in the compendium, and we have followed very simple approach, structural, highlighting the technical, policy and climate impact dimension in very clear way. In the left hand side, the project shows the snapshot of this project, what is the size, technology used, annual generation, and importantly, the CO2 emission avoided by these case study. And in the middle, we have highlighted the project innovation, enabling conditions, including any policy lever or incentives that made the project viable. For example, in this case history from the Brazil, it is the net metering and supporting building energy codes played the important role for viability of the project. Next slide, please. Now, this is another case study from Mumbai, a data center. Again, a very important case study for climatic zones in India, and this case study can be replicated in other zones as well. So the overall objective was to show what was done, what policy enabled it, and why it is important for scaling it in similar context. So with that objective, we have prepared this report. In this particular slide, we have summarized all the case studies, and in all, collectively, these projects generate something in the range of 50 to 500 megawatt of electricity annually at each site, offsetting something in the range of 1,000 tons of CO2, while meeting local building codes, and together they have found BIPV vital role in adoption equitable urban residence. Now, to replicate these things and to accelerate BIPV globally, these are the 4 recommendations we have done. The first one is enable BIPV within nationally determined contribution and within building codes in each country. This will elevate the BIPV within the emission pathways while aligning with existing regulation. The second is launch regional pilots. We need more pilots in each climatic zones. This will demonstrate climate-specific designs, financing models, and streamline permitting in these countries. The third the recommendation is tailored BIPV code for facade, for roof, for shading devices, and already we are working with ISA to develop this particular guidebook, was already announced by Mr. Khanna. And finally, mandating requirement of green building certification for public projects to set market benchmarks. Together, these steps can achieve 10 to 20% urban envelope coverage by 2030, substantially reducing the CO2 emissions from the building and at the same time creating local jobs. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tiwari. I'm sure that compendiums like this are the need of the hour, and they are the ones which will be the true blueprint of telling us where do we need to go and where we are at present. With this, may I now invite Mr. Kanagaraj Ganeshan, Technical Advisor to Electric Power Transmission Association, to give his presentation on grid interactive buildings, importance of the concept and this proposed center of excellence. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies on the dais, colleagues and partners. So by the time the presentation comes through, I will just set the initial context. So as we accelerate to the clean energy transition, one truth is emerging quite clearly, that building is no longer just a consumer of electricity. It can be an active participant in the energy transition and decarbonization by generating, storing and pairing clean energy with the grid. Grid interactive building is a new frontier on the energy transition. a practical pathway to make our cities more resilient, self-reliant and affordable. Across the global south, we face growing energy trilemma, mainly connected with reliability, affordability and sustainability of energy efficiency and grid interactiveness. Our cities are expanding faster than our infrastructure. Every new apartment, hospital, data center we add surge the electricity demand, and much of it is coming from cooling, and which peaks right when the grid is at its weakest point. So, looking at the challenge of reliability in the world around. Good. This is good. Yeah. So in the world, we can see that nearly 666 million people in 2023 still lack stable electricity across the sub-Saharan Africa, Central and Southern Asia. In many regions of the global south, the outages can range between 6 to 8 hours during the peak summers. And this again does not guarantee the reliability of electricity to all the households. Adding to this, there are also extreme events like cyclones, floods, and heat waves, which damages the transmission and distribution lines and then forces many of the plants to go offline. Okay. So next point is to look at the affordability. Even if the renewable energy asset expand within the electricity generation mix, seasonal patterns and the climate-driven extreme events continue to create system strains. Heat waves drives the cooling load peak during the summer period, but during the off-season like monsoon and winter, the generation capacity again deteriorates. So in a way, it is very imperative to have the thermal or the fossil fuel-based power plant to cater to the peak load. Looking at the sustainability part of it, we know that almost 78% of the greenhouse gas emission actually comes from the global energy sectors, and global south are rapidly scaling the renewable energy within their power system. However, the oversupply of the solar assets during the summer months, followed by weak generation during the monsoon months, again ensures that the fossil-based plant will be indispensable in the near future. As storage solutions like BESS and green hydrogen remain in their earlier deployment across the demand and the grid application, there is an urgency that the building and the grid should start interacting much more closely. How JIBE can become a kind of a solution in this regard? So JIBE integrates the solar and other scalable renewable energy, batteries, smart meters, digital controls to communicate with the grid. When the grid needs energy, they can supply it. When the demand peaks, they can reduce or shift the consumption. Instead of being just a passive user of the built environment become more prosumer. This means fewer blackouts, lower bills, smoother integration of renewable energy, all while empowering consumer to be part of the clean energy system. How this is well connected with the Global South. Global South is uniquely positioned to lead this transition. We can leapfrog directly to the new paradigm, one where solar power, buildings and digital technologies converges. Our nations have advantage that our building stock is quite new, abundant solar sunlight and also a great solar generation capacity. So it is very important that we build flexibility as well as resilience in our grid from start rather than basically retrofitting it later. To ensure that we have a very good way of implementing grid interactive buildings, there need to be a coordinated action among the stakeholders from government to set up good standards as well as smart codes and flexible pricing. that will ensure that the grid interactiveness can take the mainstream. At the same time, the industry also needs to deploy technological solutions to improve or bring high efficiency on the distribution utilities, perform data analytics, and also to have control system that is suitable for managing the renewable energy as well as the storage solutions. There is a great work which has happened through International Energy Agency in the region, in the ASEAN region as well as in India. We were planning to launch this report during this session, but because of some final touches, like we are still holding it. So the IEA talks about these 6 enablers, how a country or a region performs in terms of grid interactive buildings. It looks at energy efficiency, decarbonization, smartness of the grid, resource efficient materials, resilience, as well as looking at the building to grid connectivity. So these are the 2 reports. The first report is from the ASEAN region, which has been already launched, which does the assessment as well as provides the story of successful case study in ASEAN region. Similar attempt is getting done in India, and we are hoping to soon launch this report in the near future. Towards the end, as we stand at the crossroad of this energy transition and development, buildings hold the key stake. They are where the people live, work, and learn, and they can also be where the energy innovation begins. So let us ensure that every building has a partner for resilience, every rooftop a clean energy or resource, and every city a hub of flexible and reliable power. This is the transformation that we define our decade, and that's how we basically put forward this Center of Excellence in IIT Delhi, and we look forward to work on this enabling principle in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Ganeshan. I'm very sure that this concept of grid interactive building will also help, plug the gap in the schemes, ambitious schemes, I'll say, like One Sun, One World, One Grid, and also the Green Grid initiative of Government of UK. With this, may I request Shri GP Upadhyay, DG APTER, to moderate the panel discussion on this theme, please.
So we'll begin with Brian Madarveno.
Message.
Samantha also has joined. Samantha also has joined. Pata karo.
We'll begin the session with a very brief message of Dr. Brian Madarvey from IEA.
Yeah.
It's just 3 of us. You can come here.
No, there are people on.
Honourable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, Director General of the Electric Power Transmission Association of India, esteemed panelists and distinguished participants, it is my privilege to join this event virtually. Our collaboration with India and its institutions has been instrumental in advancing work on key energy priorities, including through our collaboration now on efficient grid interactive buildings. We all know the importance of energy to our lives and to our societies, and its key role in addressing the challenge of climate change. 2 years ago at COP28, key energy goals were agreed, most specifically doubling energy efficiency progress and tripling renewable capacity. India played a key role in this, not least through its important leadership of G20 that year. And India has responded in terms of strengthening its own policies. However, at a global level, we are not on track, particularly for the energy efficiency target. This is important because according to IEA analysis, both efficiency and renewables are absolutely central to decarbonising our energy system, as well as making our energy systems more secure and resilient, enhancing competitiveness and reducing energy bills, and making sure everyone can benefit. Across both of these issues is electrification. We have now entered the age of electricity. Electricity demand is growing at twice the rate of energy demand as a whole, driven by growth in key sectors such as cooling, data centres, and the electrification of heat and transport. In parallel, we see increasing shares of variable renewable generation, along with the growth of distributed resources like demand response, energy storage, and electric vehicles. The grid is becoming more and more dynamic. Managing electricity systems amid these changes brings challenges, but also major opportunities. Smart technologies are advancing and opening up the prospect for more efficient and flexible management of building energy use. Efficient grid interactive buildings represent an emerging paradigm in building design and operation, combining high levels of energy efficiency with the ability to interact dynamically with the grid. Grid interactive buildings can bring many benefits. They mean reduced peak demand, improving reliability, and lowering costs and emissions. They can also mean lower energy bills through efficient operation and demand response participation, along with improved comfort and greater resilience during extreme weather conditions. These opportunities obviously raise important policy questions. What policies and programs do we need to support this? And what roles do governments, national and subnational, utilities, companies, and consumers play in this? These questions have been the basis of our work in India and the wider region and our collaboration with you all, where we see significant opportunities and strong leadership shaping up in promoting the adoption of grid interactive buildings. In our publication on India, which is planned for release soon, we will assess the potential and readiness of buildings to become efficient and grid interactive. The analysis will highlight how India's robust policy framework is well positioned to unlock opportunities to advance efficiency, decarbonisation, smart technologies and grid interaction, ultimately supporting the wider adoption of grid interactive buildings. India is in the position to become a global leader, reaping the benefits at home as well as sharing experience with others internationally. We congratulate the Government of India on its leadership in taking forward this initiative and look forward to continued collaboration on this important topic. Thank you to the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, the Ministry of Power and the Electric Power Transmission Association for organising this event. Thank you.
Can we request Samantha to join online and
Yeah, I think Samantha is already here. So, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen, it gives me a pleasure to welcome Ms. Samantha Stratton-Short, Head of Strategic Advisory and Support, Infrastructure and Project Management Group, UNOX, in this panel discussion. So, over to you, Upadhyay sir. Are we audible, Samantha? Can you hear us?
Samantha, we are not able to hear you, so we are just fixing the audio. Just give us a moment.
in the meantime, can I go to other panelists? Okay.
I said whatever you're comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll proceed with the Mr. Ferruccio, I would like to ask you a small thing and request you to explain this to the audience. The Global Green Growth Institute's Asia Low Carbon Buildings Transition, that is ALCBT, project is helping governments of India, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam and to turn the building decarbonization potential into practice. So based on this project's experience, what key lessons or strategies do you think are most transferable or for maintaining grid interactive, low carbon building approaches in Asia's rapidly growing cities.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite to share this panel with all of you. It's a pleasure and an honor. As we've heard from other speakers, the building sectors accounts for more than 40% of energy consumption globally, 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. So this is an important and relevant conversation that we need to have. I would also say that beside the novelty and the importance of the technological innovation and intervention, it is also a narrative that is very well aligned with today's climate agenda. Is a narrative behind which both governments at the national and the subnational level can identify themselves, as well as members of the population, cities and communities. So also from a narrative perspective, I think this solution has very strong potential. We are indeed implementing a large-scale program across 5 countries in Asia called ALCBT, Asia Low Carbon Building Transition, which is very ambitious, and we are trying to materialize that ambition by leveraging some important strategies and lessons learned. One being the importance of supporting and working with developers and financial institutions to help them identify and manage a pipeline of possible interventions and projects. And we've done that by really institutionalizing building registry systems. So we have worked with beneficiary countries, with partners to build a registry of 5,000 buildings where these innovative solutions can be deployed with the objectives of lowering transaction costs, with the objective of facilitating the identification of possible sites and intervention. Number 2, really focusing on the reduction of operational carbon. So really promoting the use of energy efficient cooling systems, which is often the largest user of energy and electricity within a building. And third, working at the level of promotion of energy service companies, ESCOs, right? Trying to shift this type of solution from being a capital expenditure to being a source of operational expenses, right, tied to performance and usage. We have also placed great emphasis on capacity building, training over 1,500 beneficiaries, not only project developers, but also project developers, right, involved in the development of residential infrastructure, working with governments, and maybe even more importantly, working with financial institutions. So helping lenders and investors understand how to assess the revenue generation capacity and the risk-reward profile of this type of interventions. And finally, a focus also at the policy level, right? In parallel, looking into building codes to explore how we can promote this type of solutions also from a policy lever.
Thank you very much for your very informative answer, and which throws light on what is going to happen and how to make it happen on the ground, especially in Asia and Southeast Asia. Now, financing for these things.
Can we just check once with Samantha whether her audio is working or not?
Yeah. Okay, please go ahead.
Samantha, we are not able to hear you. Can you check your audio, because here everything is okay?
Proceed. You hear me when I spoke?
Yes, now we can hear you. Great.
Yeah, we can hear you. Before we go to Samantha, just one quick question to Mr. Ferruccio. Financing remains a very key challenge for such, transformations. So, the leadership of GGGI has mobilized over $8 billion in green investments, and it remains a key challenge, as I said, for retrofits and smart infrastructure in emerging economies. So, which financial tools would you suggest, such as green bonds or blended finance, as the most catalytic for this transformation?
Thank you. And just to be brief, I think it's important to acknowledge that today's climate agenda is really largely funded through fixed income instruments. So the capital market and especially bonds play a key role in the financing of the climate agenda. So a lot of the focus of the Global Green Growth Institute has been in mobilizing capital market to close the NDC and SDG financing gap, working with sovereigns, quasi-sovereign and private sector financial institutions to raise capital from domestic and international capital markets, making sure that in these financing frameworks that we develop, energy efficiency measures and buildings, use of proceeds, interventions are integrated in there so that we can build the conditions for this type of solutions to be funded at the level of capital raising. And secondly, we look with a lot of interest, like I'm sure the rest of the international community and really the world, on the ESCO model, the energy service company model. India is a leader globally in ESCOs. It's a solution that in other parts of the world has struggled to pick up speed and pace. And we see there two key bottlenecks, right? Number one being the costs, the upfront costs that ESCOs have to face in order to build a project portfolio, right? This is often a very risky stage where ESCOs must invest their own resources to identify opportunities and advance with project design. And really, these interventions don't become bankable, and ESCOs cannot really access commercial financing until they are able to finally sign an energy service agreement. So how can we de-risk that initial phase of the ESCO model? And we've done that by working with national guarantee funds. We've done that by working with international partners, most recently with the Mitigation Action Facility, MAF, to build project preparation facilities that can provide this initial concessional financing so that ESCOs don't have to invest their own liquidity in order to build that pipeline and identify really viable opportunities. I'll end it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, again, a very informative and response which lays the pathway for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Samantha Stratton from UNOPS headquarters, Copenhagen. She is Head of Strategic Initiatives, Infrastructure and Project Management. And I welcome you, Samantha, for joining us online. And I would request you... I would request you to share UNOPS experiences and perspectives on how innovative building grid integration can support inclusive and equitable transitions. So, Samantha, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies, fellow panelists, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting UNOPS to this session. It's a privilege to be here to discuss how we turn our shared ideas into action. And your question is one that is very important to UNOPS. I'll try to get straight to the point because I know we don't have much time. We can see that new clean energy economy is emerging, contributing to GDP growth, creating jobs, and helping to decouple economic growth from emissions. But now the challenge is, how do we extend this success to everyone? How do we scale up? How do we speed up? And this is where UNOPS comes in terms of bridging the implementation gap while ensuring a just energy transition. And to do that, we focus on three key actions. So the first one is prioritizing stronger upstream project preparation. So to turn ideas into actions, we need to prioritize this stronger project preparation. There are many brilliant projects that fail to attract investment because they're not bankable. There's a gap between a good idea and a financially viable project proposal. So to do this, we need quality project preparation, de-risking. We must invest more in this upstream work, robust feasibility studies, credible environment and social impact assessments, solid legal and financial structuring. To give you some ideas of where UNOPS has experience, in Indonesia, we are demonstrating stronger project preparation by working inside the machinery of project delivery through the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership, otherwise known as ETP. And we're working directly with the Ministry of Energy and the National Electricity Utility. Our specific goal is to co-develop a pipeline for utility scale. And to support this ambition, UNOPS provided technical assistance to design the upgrade of the Java Bali Control Center. This upgrade enables the grid to confidently integrate variable renewable energy. And the progress is tangible. The PLN Nusantara Power, the national electricity utility, has committed to a 51% equity stake in the first wind project, transforming a concept into an investable reality. So the second action is strengthening the enabling environment and building local capacity. We need this to ensure inclusion as we scale these solutions. Ultimately, sustainable infrastructure and a just energy transition rely on localization. We must ensure that knowledge, skills, and supply chains remain within the community. That is essential because for infrastructure to succeed long-term, local stakeholders must be empowered to own and maintain it, ensuring the economic benefits are shared rather than outsourced. So, for example, as a member of the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, or the Global ABC, with our partners UNEP and UN Habitat, we are supporting the decarbonization of the built environment by strengthening capacity in the infrastructure enabling environment. Through the development of climate action roadmaps for the buildings and construction sector, such as those for Bangladesh, Senegal, and Ghana, we help shape how the built environment is planned, delivered, and managed to be more efficient and climate neutral. We also, following the IEA's Global Summit in 2024, we launched the guidelines for developing inclusive energy infrastructure to ensure we create local value. For infrastructure to succeed long-term, local communities need the capacity to operate and maintain it. And our third action is leveraging other forms of finance like blended finance. To ensure affordability, we need to look at all of the different finance options and select the best one. Sometimes this is blended finance, a mix of many different forms. This is essential to de-risk the markets, unlock private capital, and deliver universal access to renewable energy at affordable prices. By using financial mechanisms to bridge the gap between high upfront costs and long-term viability, we ensure that clean energy solutions are accessible to all. So, for example, in Sierra Leone, through the Salone Off-Grid Renewable Energy Acceleration Project, managed by our hosted entity, Sustainable Energy for All, we supported the launch of a 22 million euro investment support window. This mechanism used concessional funding to cover capital costs for green mini-grids. By reducing the initial risk, we lower the tariff for the end user. This allows 25,000 households to access affordable power while providing businesses with a viable operating model. It supports both the private sector and the community. So in conclusion, we need to do more to deliver a people-centered and inclusive transition with universal access to renewable and resilient energy at affordable prices. Ultimately, sustainable infrastructure relies on localization. In 2024, nearly half of UNOPS procurement went to local suppliers, helping to strengthen local economies. So by taking these practical actions, we can build an energy transition that's inclusive and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I now come to Dr. Vibha. Dr. Vibha is Director General of the Energy Research Institute in India. And my question is, building integrated photovoltaics, that is BIPV, which report was just launched, they are being recognized as a powerful tool for decentralized solar deployment. through TERI and Griha, India is pioneering solar-ready, green-rated buildings. What policy and market shifts do you see as the most important to scale BIPV adoption across India's urban and peri-urban landscape and also countries of global south? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, and I'll say it was so well presented by you and Mr. Ashish Khanna. What is the importance? Now, let me try to explain where the problem lies. We are talking about that the floor area of built area by 2050 is going to be doubled. The other thing is, and it's in that lighter spirit, that if doctor does a mistake, you are buried in next 4 to 5 hours, but whatever architect constructs, it's going to be there for next 50, 60 years. So therefore, when we are looking at this expansion in the floor area, we really have, it is a challenge. If we don't do things properly, where are we going to meet the demand? And if we do things properly, then it is that you are actually making energy generation possible at the building level itself. Now, why it is so important? We are talking about that the cost of solar had come down considerably, but then storage and transmission is going to be a problem. Let's also look at, as our economic development takes place, the first thing on which we invest is energy. And see your own lives, like we started, especially in the developing world, we started with air coolers, then air conditioners, maybe in one room, and now coming to central air conditioning. We are talking of heat stress, and of course over here it's very visible that as the temperature rises, your productivity, that comes down, and therefore you are going to go for human comfort. Now, can we really afford that much of storage, that much of transmission? What is going to be the total expenditure? We are also talking of electric vehicles, where the electricity is going to come from. So if we look at all these things, it is not something we are saying it can be done, we should say it should be done. Let's look at our because you talked about urban and peri-urban, I'll say it is equally important in the rural India. Because otherwise what is happening, whatever they produce today, perishables, they have to sell it today. And if we give them energy, which they can have from their own houses, they will be able to store and they can get into food processing and many other things. The entire ecosystem of villages can be improved. Let's also look at, because of increasing population, we are going vertical. So therefore rooftop is only one. So very good schemes what we are doing today, but in years to come, there is no other way than to go for the entire facade of the building. And that will be according to what kind of energy you require, how much energy do you require. Now what is required, or the policy changes, the specific questions you asked, it is that it should be integrated in NDCs as well. This is what we can achieve through building design. It should be, when we talk of Griha, already we are talking in terms of giving certification, how much is the component of renewable energy. So therefore, once we have a solution that it is not how much of solar rooftop have you put in, it is how much of total energy requirement you are meeting. And once you do that, it can be everything. You give incentives like you can have more of floor area, you have to pay less of taxes because your building is not a burden on the urban infrastructure, it is actually adding to energy generation. So we can look into all those models, right from REHA compliance, that if you cannot be 5-star unless and until you have incorporated this, and giving or making it part of NDCs, and then looking at, because see, one of the main problems which is going to come is capex. So can we look into, I'm not saying free, but it is that those who implement, they actually pay based on the usage. So within few years, they will be able to pay the main cost, the capex, and thereafter it becomes free. So we should develop all those policies and look into it. Thank you. I know we are running short of time, and therefore I should also end here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Manvendra can now quickly summarize and thank everybody formally.
Yes, thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, Samantha, for joining us online, Dr. Dhawan Upadhyay, sir. So I'll just summarize, and all the participants, of course, I'll just summarize by this that Grid Interactive Building looks is a unique collaborative idea between government, industry, and academia. And it is going to be a new frontier for equitable and inclusive growth in Global South. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.
Thank you everyone for joining us here this afternoon. A very warm welcome to the Solar Hub. Discussions this afternoon. We'll start with a short film which will set the context for our discussions today.
In Belém, at the COP of Truth and the COP of Implementation, the world gathers with a renewed call from Brazil's leadership, a call to protect our planet, empower people, and accelerate a future powered by clean energy. Today, the world is no longer debating the future of energy. The shift is here. Solar is rising faster than any other energy source, bringing hope, opportunity, and resilience to communities across the global south. But ambition is not enough. What the world needs now is action. The International Solar Alliance is ready, an alliance of countries united by a common belief that solar energy must be accessible, affordable, and available for all. From ambition to action, ISA is mobilizing global solar adoption across 125 member and signatory countries, turning commitments into real change on the ground. To lead the next phase of global solar cooperation, ISA is sharpening its focus on priorities that accelerate solar deployment and deliver real impact. Rooted in ISA's global agenda, these priorities are designed to catalyze coordinated action and drive results on the ground. The Catalytic Finance Hub will provide catalytic and blended finance for risk mitigation to promote private investment in the Asia-Pacific, Latin America, and Caribbean regions. It will build on the success of the Africa Solar Facility, a part of the Global Solar Facility, GSF. Pursuing the vision of Silicon Valley for solar in India, using a hub-and-spoke model connecting existing national centers of excellence, operating as Solar Technology Application Resources Center, STAR-C, mainstreaming innovation through Solar X Startup Challenge, and replicating the success of Solar Energy Corporation of India in Africa. Through a selective platform for aggregation and scaling, such as the SIDS platform, focusing on e-tendering and e-procurement, it will deepen our engagement with our countries on ISA's 9 programs and the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. To manage the uptake of solar energy in the ISA member countries, especially regarding solar supply chain diversification issues and points of view on new and emerging technologies, including solar PV, integrated PV applications, agri-PV, floating PV, and building integrated PV, battery storage, e-mobility, green hydrogen, grid interconnection, and solar heating and cooling. These pillars are already transforming lives, empowering countries with energy security, helping companies innovate and grow, and supporting citizens with clean, reliable, affordable power. Solar is improving livelihoods, strengthening economies, and building climate resilience. Because solar is not just a technology, it is freedom, it is inclusion, it is the power that belongs to everyone, a truly democratic energy source, open, abundant, and shared by all. ISA is ready for global solar deployment, ready to support every country, every community, every citizen, ready to turn sunlight into progress, born from a simple idea that the sun unites us all.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. So thank you everyone for coming. I want to just take you through a brief presentation of where we see International Solar Alliance moving ahead and what our pillars are. And after that, I'll be very happy to take questions that you may have. Can we have the presentation on a... Yeah.
This is the presentation.
No, okay, give me. So, I want to start by saying that in the spirit of the COP this year of Mutirao, which is also, I see, a Tupi Gurani expression meaning collective effort. This is something that resonates very deeply with what we in ISA believe. My team tells me that a lot of our member countries have similar philosophies, whether it is Minka in the Andes, Burkinidi in West Africa, Sahridata in India, and Baluwala in Central America, all symbolizing solidarity, reciprocity, co-creation, and shared responsibility. I wanted to start by that because that's really the essence of what we want to do. It was born out of in 2015 in Paris COP, jointly by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and then French President François Hollande. We are now and our first assembly was in 2018. At that time, we were 15 countries. And what was the mandate at that point of time? Because solar was hardly less than 100 gigawatts globally, can we get countries to come together? Can we harmonize the standards across countries? Can we have better data availability and thought leadership and connect countries? So with this mandate, today, we are proud that we have 125 countries and they spread across Latin America, almost all of Africa, Asia and Pacific, and Europe and US and other regions. That just tells you that we are 125 countries all over the world. The governance structure is that India and France are the president and co-president, and each continent has a vice president that is rotated every 2 years. The current vice presidents are mentioned there. Now, we are coming at a background where solar world is going through a massive change. It took 25 years to do the first 1,000 gigawatt of solar. Doubling of that to 2,000 gigawatt has happened just in last 2 years. And it is not stopping there. It will move to at least 4,000 gigawatts in next 4 years. And Asia Pacific has almost 70% of the demand, where the next centers of demand would be Africa and Latin America. Of course, Europe has a huge demand. US is going, in terms of its emphasis, going to go down. But the fulcrum of solar energy will move to global south. Why is it happening? It's happening because of reduction in cost. It is now 90% less expensive of doing solar and storage compared to 10 years back. It requires 15% less land to actually do the same project. And some of the costs, if you can see, is about 3 US cents, 3.6 US cents. That is roughly 15% of the cost of a diesel or a heavy fuel oil resources. However, it is still not happening across all continents. Africa sees less than 2% in spite of having the best technological feasibility of doing solar. There are constraints on storage and transmission because the countries need to have storage and transmission together with solar. More importantly, a lot of countries will probably see a huge amount of demand for agriculture and solar rooftop. Now, as we have heard that this COP is all about implementation. And I want to emphasize that our new strategy is all about implementation. We are talking about 4 pillars. The first pillar is we want to tell all our member countries who are looking for a lot of concessional finance that the role of concessional finance should be only to prepare private sector to get the investment. Let me give you a data. $2 trillion was spent on clean energy last year. Out of that, only 100 billion was from public and concessional resources. That means 1.9 trillion is actually coming from private sector. And our view is how we are going to prepare countries to get that sector investment. That will also be through a lot of policies and regulations that are needed. So there's a big push on enabling private sector financing and private sector. The second, I worked in Africa across 25 countries for last 11 years. And even though everybody believes and wants to say that Africa needs a lot of funding, indeed true, but the binding constraint is capacity of people. Unfortunately, there are not enough regulators. There are not enough people who can make procurement documents, who can do standards, who can do testing, and people who can actually get financial mechanisms resolved. So we have set up centers of excellence in 17 low-income countries. The institutions are picked up by the country. We set up labs for testing of equipment. We provide training for private sector people to do operations maintenance. And we set up incubation centers for startups as well. Now, this year, in our assembly that was concluded two weeks back, we have set up a Silicon Valley of solar in India, because digitization is India's strength, to connect as a hub to all these 17 countries today, tomorrow 50. And they are expected to get the latest digital and AI solutions at the least cost possible to enable digital leapfrogging. Because a lot of countries missed on energy, we don't want them to miss the digital leapfrogging. So this is a big pillar and we are working very hard. I also want to mention another thing we launched is we want to democratize solar knowledge. If you are a technician in Malawi or a high school student in Brazil, all of them should have the latest information on what's happening in solar. We are creating a YouTube channel and which will be augmented in next 6 months through an artificial intelligence tool of creating programs and training so that everybody on their phones or laptops can get all the latest information, not waiting for not having access to the best universities. Third, we want to create platforms. We want to move from pilots, because the world doesn't want pilots, world wants platforms. What are our platforms? There are 2 regional platforms. One of them, right behind from so those of you who are sitting, is SIDS platform, Small Island Developing States. Small Island Developing States have come to every COP and said there's so much of talk, no action. So we heard them and we said, why don't we give a platform for bringing all the countries together and do a joint procurement. Each of the small island states have 80 to 85% of their energy today from diesel and heavy fuel oil, and they are paying almost 10% of their GDP on these subsidies. In some countries, that is 4 to 5 times of what they spend on education and health. Now, why are they not able to get out of it if the problem is so well known? Because they don't know how to do it. Their projects are too small for private sector to be excited. So 5 Pacific countries, 6 actually, 3 Asia and African island states, and 9 Caribbean island countries have come together and joined a SIDS platform for doing joint e-procurement. That will bring scale for reducing cost. They will learn from each other and they will excite much larger private sector to join. Another platform is OSOWOC, One Sun, One World, One Grid, that we'll talk about. And finally, we want to be the global thought leader of Global South. So we will come out with thought pieces on what is the real need for solar, storage, new technologies like e-mobility, green hydrogen for Global South. Now, this is just a dense slide, but I will not spend time on it. We are completely aligned with the goal of implementation, whether it is related to deliveries on pledges, scaling climate finance, accelerating energy transition, adapting for resilience, inclusive transition, integrating each of our initiatives, whether it is a global solar facility, One Sun, One World, solar for agriculture, is aligned. I don't want to spend time on it, but I want to tell you how our flagship platforms are going to help. We, for the first time, even though we are not a bank, are creating a risk facility for Africa. It's called Africa Solar Facility. What it does is it seeks to address why is private sector still perceiving a very high risk and not investing in Africa. It is creating a facility that is managed by an Africa institution, Africa 50, co-owned by 34 governments, and it gives risk mitigation guarantee for private sector to invest in DRE. It's a complicated slide, but I'll take a minute to tell you what does it mean in terms of transformation. Let's take the example of Nigeria. In Nigeria, which has world's largest energy access gap than anywhere else, 90 million Nigerians today do not have any power, in spite of that country being so oil rich, right? But at least 60% of them are going to get off-grid power. So they are moving from 100 mini grids to 10,000 mini grids in 3 years. That's the level of a scale that is happening there. So Nigeria's Sovereign Investment Authority, which is their sovereign wealth fund, decided this is very important development goal. Let me set up a $150 million equity fund to invest in these DRE companies. Their board said, what if you lose the money? Can you get an international company or partner who knows this, and can they take a little bit more risk than you? They approached us and we said, we will give you junior equity, which means if the company loses any money, the loss is first ours. But that helps the board become more comfortable in taking the risk, but also they get all the international knowledge of International Solar Alliance. So $15 million of International Solar Alliance helps unlock $150 million of equity and 3 times of that of debt, 450. So 15 million is leveraging almost $600 to $700 million of funding. Now, I spoke to you about digital leapfrogging. In COP presidency, the COP 30 presidency, Brazil has specifically partnered and recognized ISA for 2 action agenda items in the spirit of implementation. What are they? The first is use of AI and digital leapfrogging that I was talking to you about. What are we doing? We are helping doing digitized procurement, but also a digital twinning. What's the digital twinning? A lot of you have heard how much more energy is going to be needed for AI, data centers and others. We believe for the developing world, while that is important, the more important question is the reverse. What can AI do for energy? So the distribution companies, which are very poorly managed in almost all developing world, if you can digitize their assets, which means you create a digital footprint of every meter, every pole, now the technology allows a digital twin to be created where you use artificial intelligence algorithms to see how to manage it better. When this was done in one distribution utility in India, Jaipur, 5 million assets, it was shown that 25% of your power purchase was inefficient. And you can use your renewable energy much more efficiently and save 25% of cost. Similarly, if you lose power, you can rectify it in 5 minutes. If somebody wants a new connection, you can do it in less than 10 hours. So digitization of utilities is going to enable solar energy in a far bigger way than is happening right now. And we are launching a program for doing this in 10 countries with a big trust fund facility. There was a call at COP26 given by Indian Prime Minister on One Sun, One World, One Grid. We are launching that as a separate secretariat because the cost mechanics of connecting countries and continents has fallen down as well. What does that mean? It means Singapore can be connected today to India either via Bangkok or Myanmar or through undersea link, and India is planning to connect itself to UAE and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is getting interconnected to Egypt and Egypt to Europe. Why that is important? It is important because when you do a lot of solar, one of the biggest impediments you face is how do you meet your energy needs in the night? Because most countries have the peak in the evening of 7 to 9. But when it is 7 to 9 in India, it is still sunlight in Middle East and Europe. So they can give you all the power that you need. and India can supply to East Asia when it is sun there but evening there. And not every country needs to replicate storage investments. So this is going to be a big program that we will be helping countries come together. I told you about the importance of building capability. So we are working on solar water pumps in Africa as a very big idea. Why it is important? When I met heads of state of 5 African countries, they said we have 4% of our arable land. Arable land means which is without the desert and where the water level is very good, has only irrigation. That figure is 60% in India and 70% in China. Which means today African farmer works only 2-3 months when there is rain, and for the 9 months they are free, and that is leading to no food being grown in Africa, and $400 billion of food have to be imported. So they are asking, can you do solar irrigation? Because solar irrigation costs have come down by 50%, where compared to a diesel pump, it is 1/3 the cost. Now imagine the power if somehow 1 million solar pumps can be done across Africa for improving the food security. Now some of you might not know if this is really happening. India has already replaced 3 million pumps, and that is saving more than $1 billion to the country on subsidies. We as International Solar Alliance believe the world needs to come together for solarization of agriculture. We put small cold storage pilots in 5 countries, Bhutan, Comoros and Seychelles. All of them are saying that we used to lose 30 to 40% of our vegetables in absence of storage. Now since electricity cannot go everywhere, solar is there everywhere. So with a solar-based storage, cold storage, you can provide income support to all the farmers. So this is a very big program where we believe if all of us focus together, and all of you journalists need to put it on the top of the agenda for the political classes, solarization of agriculture, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Asia, whether you're in Latin America, should be the top priority. I told you about our centers of excellence. These are the countries right from African countries of Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Cameroon, Somalia, Ghana, to Asian countries of Bhutan, Kiribati, and then Latin American countries, Cuba. The centers are already there. We are now opening a digital Silicon Valley for solar that is providing AI and digital services, enterprise development that was launched. And as I mentioned to you, we are in the process of creating a social media interface where let all the 8 billion people have access to the same knowledge on solar that anyone has, so that this knowledge will usher in a lot of creativity and development in all the countries. Finally, everyone tells us, do we have the right standards? So we are working a lot on making sure there is solar quality assessment and radiation resource assessments. This is to harmonize standards across all the countries. And finally, we want to have a thought leadership. So we have just released a report on global solar trends. We rank all the 125 countries of our members on ease of doing solar. So we rank, is your macroeconomic situation okay? Are your policies fine? Do you have the right projects? And on basis of that, all countries are ranked. That helps put countries have the pressure, but also learn from each other or what they can do to actually become better for investments. We are also launching technology roadmaps. Let me give you 2-3 very important ideas. If some of you were here, just 1.5 hours back, we launched Building Integrated PV. What is that? Rather than having a separate solar panel on the roof or a plant, there is now a technology where the glass on the walls, or even the tiles and the material on the walls can have solar PV. And if you are from Global South, where a lot of buildings are yet to be constructed and there's not enough land, if you can make tiles, stones, and glasses that have solar PV enabled in them, that will be the way for having energy security. And what we are going to show to you today is that we also want to encourage youth and innovation. We started with the Africa region at COP27, then we went to 30 winners, 10 from India, 20 from Asia Pacific, and today, later in today, that I will be announcing the 10 winners for Latin America. So that is it for now. I'm very happy to take some questions, but I promise to you, before we end, we will give you a small video announcing the winners of a startup challenge of SolarX.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Thanks for your... Oh, my name is Livia. I'm from here, Belém. I'm journalist from O Liberal. And like a Latin American person, I want to know what is the next steps to our area, to Amazon, to Latin America. What's the next steps from ESA to us? The next years, the next months?
So we were in Santiago in August, where 21 ministers and countries came together to deliberate exactly on this question, on what we can do for Latin America and Caribbean. Let me tell you 2-3 very concrete ideas. One of them is because Caribbean countries are part of Latin America, they all want to come together and go for solar and storage, which are protecting them from hurricane because they are decentralized, small, which means tomorrow, as Jamaica really struggled with this, costing 40% of the GDP, there can be smaller solutions that need not have all the damage and save money. Second, Brazil is a huge leader. Brazil has done 60 gigawatt of solar. It's now the world's 5th largest. But it has problems on integrating them in the grid. There's not enough happening on agriculture. So we want to work with Latin American countries on how can solarization of agriculture and adoption of solar in the grid become better. And third and final thing is digitization. I think Latin America is slightly behind than Asia and US on digitization. We are very happy to bring all that knowledge so that the Latin American utilities can go ahead on digitization.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I'll we talk about, hi, I'm Genevieve Hilton from earth.org. We hear a lot about the challenges of storage being affected by availability of the right minerals and materials. What is the industry doing to help address this barrier?
So that's a very important point. Let me give you a data which is China has increased the battery manufacturing by 1200% in last 3 years, 100 gigawatt hours to 1200 gigawatt hours. That has led to a huge reduction in price, but also concentration of that capacity in one country. Now, we believe that diversification of supply chain is important for the world, and therefore some countries are already planning to diversify that supply. Now, on the question of rare earth metals, I want to talk about a new initiative called Sunrise. You will see somewhere here. What is that? Sunrise means when a project has a sunset, when it closes, whether it is solar PV or battery. Today, a technology exists that 98% of the rare earth metals within that can be taken out and recycled in new batteries and new solar PV. This is called circularity and solar PV and battery waste management. Unfortunately, there is no international agreement on how can all the countries have common standards and business models to promote it. So we have taken that as a program, and imagine if a country starts producing solar regularly, after 10-15 years, it will become a virtual cycle and they will not be dependent on rare earth metals from outside.
Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you very much for your exposition. Brilliant exposition.
Thank you.
I would like to know how much it would cost to a family or another organization to have this energy, and also how usually do they pay it Can they access to a bank credit, or how is it is going to be paid over this? Thank you.
So it's a very good question. There are certain countries like Germany and Australia that have millions of homes already having solar rooftop. How does it work? You first either take a loan or you buy and you put solar rooftop. There is a scheme called net metering, which means if you're on a holiday or you've gone to office but the solar panel is generating, what do you do with that power? Net metering means you can sell that back to the grid, which means if your house consumes 100 units of electricity and your solar panel has given 40 units back to the grid, the utility at the end of the month will net it off and say 100 minus 40, you pay only for 60. So that is how the model mostly works in most places. Now, if you're a low-income household, how do you finance? So some countries, for very poor people, give some subsidy for buying the solar panels in the beginning. In India, for example, there is a scheme to connect 10 million households. 10 million households are expected to put a rooftop solar in 2 years. But if you are very poor, then 30% of that cost will be given as a subsidy by the government. On your last question, today, the solar panel cost is so less that even if you are in a country where tariffs are not very high, like assume 10 US cents, you can pay back solar rooftop in 3 years. If you are in a country where the tariffs are about 25-30 US cents, like in Africa, solar rooftop pays back in 1 year.
Tudo bem? Bom dia, me chamo Lucas Freire, eu sou de Manaus, Amazonas. Vai botar o... Lucas Freire, de Manaus, Amazonas. Foi um painel incrível, porque a gente vê que a energia é vida. E na nossa comunidade, eu sou de Manaus, da área urbana, mas nós temos 62 municípios que são afastados, distantes, e que não têm, né, essa qualidade de energia de vida. Muitos acabam, inclusive, morrendo por conta de uma água suja, porque não tem energia para armazenar o alimento. E você falou que o Brasil tem essa grande potência, né? Só que eu queria saber em quanto tempo a gente pode, essa energia solar pode chegar lá. Em quanto tempo? Tem uma perspectiva de tempo? E eu espero que seja logo também.
Yesterday, not even today, because the sun is for everyone and it's going to be there for everyone for eternity. The beauty of sun is you need not be dependent on anyone else, and the panel, which is much cheaper than any of supply, is now available everywhere. The only problem sometimes if you are in village and poor is you don't know what quality it is. If I put, what if it doesn't work after 1 year? 2, how do I get the initial money? Because the initial money is slightly high. That is why we are trying to harmonize standards so that the poor person also knows the thing that I'm buying, is it good quality or not? 2, the banks must give them a loan to actually put it. Those are the 2 things.
Sir, I am Bishendu Bhattacharya. I am from India. Just I want to know little about your Silicon Valley of solar project, where it is coming up and what is getting used for other countries.
So, what is the idea? Let's first think about it. As I mentioned, that lot of low-income countries, SIDS countries believe that the digital advancement is happening in few countries and they are feeling left behind. Also, they want to see whether the same AI and digital solutions can come at a much lower cost. That, I think, is India's strength. that while some other countries will produce the same solution as 10x, India can do it at 1x. So what we are doing is, we are first creating a virtual Silicon Valley for solar, which means if you want to do smart meters, if you want to digitize your utility, if you want to have a digital tendering system for new, all of that are services that are virtually available by a pool of experts that we are coming together. Eventually, we'll create an international center of excellence in India, in Gurgaon, which will become a center where people can come and get renewable energy simulator, have AI-based learning technology as well. The other part, which is also virtual, is training on AI-based platforms should be available to everyone. Because, you know, earlier, if you needed to get trained, other than on physical testing, which is important, you will go to a university or you will get into a partnership. With so much of material available on internet, AI allows including all of them and doing customized training. We want to bring that technology so that everybody can get solar charge.
Thank you. Jayanto Basu from Telegraph India. Couple of observations and one question. First, I think I should congratulate ISA for wonderful work that you have been doing throughout the world. And not only that, I think ISA is also proving a benchmark for the non-core event processes that are going around. If you look at the event process, I have been looking at the event process since 2009, almost every year. There are two parallel lines. One is the official event negotiation and the pledges and whatever being doing by the other countries around. So in 2015, India and France started this ISA. And now it is part of the very event process. So I think all the other activities being happening around biofuel or whatever are really should take heart from ISA. So I should congratulate ISA for really kind of creating that benchmark for at the global level. Now, you have been talking a lot about the digitization, Silicon Valley and all that. But at least at the global south, along with that, these are very important. But it is also very important to connect at the human level. Unless you connect at the human level, civil society level, on ground level, it is not going to go beyond a point because only governments cannot do that. You need to have the people at large to be part of it. So really I would like to know that what exactly you are planning to do that. And you also mentioned about the media to play a role, very important role of communication. So I think case studies are very important. If you can really develop credible case studies, not the peer thing, and then I think that can help all the journalists across the world to put up it on board. So those are, I think, very important point. Immediately the example coming into my mind in my own state in India, West Bengal, Sundarbans, which is perhaps the global pioneer in solar. We set up 2 lakh, that is 0.2 million off-grid solar in Sundarbans, the area with tiger and mangrove, I think a few decades back. So I think those kind of case studies are very important, and really I would love to know few case studies which you are being pushing around. And finally the question is, having said all this, what are the challenges that you are facing at the short term and the long term?
Sure.
Thank you.
So first of all, thank you so much for your compliment. And I would like to take that compliment that we were born out of COP. And 125 countries. So while there is a lot of pessimism, if you can create good institutions, that can be one of the best value additions of COP. I fundamentally believe in that. And I was actually working with Mr. Gon Chaudhary in Sundarbans at that point of time as well. On your questions of what are the short and medium term challenges, I will relate first of all to the point that I was mentioning. Each country, and that relates to the community and communication, my own experience after working across 30 countries for 26 years, we must not be very prescriptive going into the country and saying, I know what you need to do. That's one of the biggest mistakes. We have knowledge. We must transfer that knowledge for them to find their own solutions in that culture, in that ecosystem, in that society. And that is a difficult challenge. And if you ask me, the ability to create capacity and capability is one of the biggest challenges. It takes time. If you were to go to institutions of having the markets, the capability of making well projects, that I think is our challenge. The second and third, some of the other big challenges are that I think, unfortunately, the overall financing situation for concessional is really bad now because of so many wars, the cuts and others. So some of the genuine needs of these countries that definitely need financing, for us also, we are finding it harder. Because the financing environment, because of what's happening in the world, is getting tougher and tougher. And the third and the bigger challenge is, and which is actually also an opportunity, not many people are doing research on needs of Global South. Global South doesn't need driverless cars. Global South needs, when I go to Africa and I see burgeoning cities, can we have two-wheelers and three-wheelers? None of them are fossil fuel based, which have battery swapping technologies, local manufacturing at the least cost possible. Not many research institutions, not many innovators are thinking of how to solve the Global South problem.
Ben Payton, freelance journalist. There are certain places in the world with space constraints that can make it difficult to install solar, for example, in very small island contexts. What can you do in those kind of situations to make solar available to people?
Very good question. So what are we doing in SID's platform is, as you can see, it's a combination of solar rooftops, floating solar. Floating solar, we just released a report that they have done 10,000 megawatt, another 70 is possible. For smaller countries, island countries, that's very important. And third, as I mentioned about building integrated PV, which means in the design of the buildings itself, can we integrate PV? So when you have less land for large utility scale solar, you'll have to be innovative. In Maldives, a project has been done where the bus stands have got solar on top of it. Now we are looking at island states where some of the boats can have solar PV, where even the charging is off grid and you don't need diesel. So those are the kind of innovation solutions. Okay, maybe the last question, because my team is telling me I'll have to show you the other presentation. Different language?
Olá, meu nome é Aurélio Oliveira, estou aqui pelo Grupo Liberal, especialmente para a revista Redescobrindo o Mundo, da COP30. E a minha pergunta aqui é como os modelos de energia solar off-grid e comunitária podem apoiar o desenvolvimento econômico e social da Amazônia? E quais evidências a ISA já observa nesse sentido? E aproveitando, como a ISA considera melhorar a comunicação sobre projetos solares na Amazônia para evitar a desinformação e fortalecer o apoio local?
So, I must confess, I'm not an expert on Amazon, because I'm a very firm believer communication must be rooted in the local context. So I don't know how to communicate. But what is important, and I want to go back to our importance of social media challenge. Social media has a lot of problem, but this is one of the best benefits. Everybody has it on the phone. I want a successful mini grid in Nigeria to be shown to the Amazon person. 3 million solar pumps being installed in India, being shown to all the farmers that it is really possible. And I think that through social media and having those stories can help change the mindsets, because once the mindsets are changed, then these products can actually go away. Okay, one last question.
Thank you very much. Do you work with the countries through the governments, or you can do with ONGs or private organization, or always has to be with the governments?
So we are not a bank, so we don't lend money, but our engagement can be with private sector organizations. We have more than 100 private sector organizations that are our partners already. So we are very open to working with private sector organizations. We don't give money to civil society organizations, but we are very keen to partner with civil society and media organizations on strategic communications.
Okay, thank you.
So I think if you allow me, we do have a video for the SolarX challenge. Allow me to tell you on a very positive note of what is the power of innovation on solarization and by youth.
Thank you.
Hola and hello. ISA launched the SolarX Startup Challenge to crowdsource innovative solutions to some of the persistent challenges that our member countries are facing in their respective solar sector. After the resounding success of the first African leg and the second leg of the SolarX Startup Challenge 2024 for the Asia Pacific region, the International Solar Alliance launched the third and final leg of SolarX Startup Challenge 2025 for Latin America and Caribbean during last COP, reaffirming our commitment to fostering entrepreneurship and prompting local solutions to accelerate solar. This third leg focused on the LAC region, an area with vast potential for solar energy development, but facing significant challenges related to energy access, but more important, affordability and sustainability. The SolarX aims to do multiple things. One, to accelerate solar adoption by promoting cost-effective innovations and inspiring impactful contributions. To foster a vibrant startup ecosystem by promoting entrepreneurship, strategic investment, and expanding visibility, and to position LAC as a leader in solar innovation by advancing energy independence, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, and fostering global collaboration. We are thrilled to have received 113 applications from 29 LAC countries, including Chile, Peru, Colombia, El Salvador, Brazil, Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, Dominican Republic, among others. We were delighted that some of the entries were from non-ISA countries, as solar has no boundaries. We thank all applicants in your interest and for sharing inspiring solutions. Today we'll announce 10 initiatives and startups from 9 countries that have been selected as winners, with 6 of them being co-led by women. While it was very hard to select the top 10, my congratulations are to all the 113 because you are the torch bearers of future. Each winner of the SolarX Challenge would be receiving $15,000 along with access to an acceleration program, mentorship, and a capital to scale impact. Let me introduce you to the winners of this year's ISA SolarX Challenge for Latin America and Caribbean.
Kingo is a technology company that provides affordable clean energy and connectivity solutions to people and small businesses in off-grid communities. Kingo offers reliable and sustainable energy and internet infrastructure to enable consumer goods and financial services companies to expand to off-grid regions.
In the food and beverage industry, many companies are already investing in solar energy to reduce costs. But without optimizing the performance of their refrigerator access, they end up missing the greatest opportunity for savings.
Moving on, I will show you how we can solve our customer pain in 5 steps. First of all, we do energy measurement, and also we do the credit allocation using optimization algorithms. In this way, we can improve the use of renewable energy, as well as we can improve the cash flow of the power plants. Secondly, we are using scrappers to download the bills and process the invoice, getting data to our database. Thirdly, we compare step 1 with step 2. And after that, we generate the invoices, we can connect with the bank account, we can send emails, as well as WhatsApp. The fourth point, we check the payments, we remove the defaults, and we move to the last point, that we have a customer endpoint user that they can check the savings, the bills, and they can talk with the power plant.
Our innovation operates on multiple levels. We have automated complex certification processes that enable small generators to communicate additional SDG beyond climate actions and solve the scale problem through aggregation, pooling certificates from numerous small installations to create market viable products.
Our platform, Nexor, is the first in Latin America to forecast renewable energy generation. It provides highly accurate predictions for solar, wind, and run-of-river hydropower without installing any sensor.
After months of hard work, we developed an innovative design that integrates solar cells into polycarbonate sheets, creating a lightweight, easy-to-install roofing material. This multi-purpose system not only generates energy, but also serves as a versatile roofing option, adaptable to a wide range of projects.
Solar lamps that install in minutes and use replaceable batteries to extend product life and reduce waste. We select what already works in the world, and we make it work here, with clear installation guidance, stocked spare parts, and real support.
Que es un sistema compuesto por un tanque purificador de agua, una vendor machine y un sistema aislado de energía solar fotovoltaica. Con esto nosotros pretendemos crear una solución innovadora para comercializar agua purificada y disminuir su costo.
Our solution, lightweight electric vehicles with integrated solar roofs. This small car we produce has 100 kilometer range. By integrating a 150 watt flexible solar panel on the roof, it gains an additional 20 kilometers of daily range.
We have built a platform that makes it simple to finance mid-scale solar farms. For developers, Suno provides direct access to funding in the $500K to $2 million range without the bureaucracy or exclusion from traditional project finance.
Let's give a round of applause to all the winners. Any questions on this before we wrap up?
In Northeast and in West Bengal, people are facing a lot of criticism against the smart metering. The people have different narratives. So I'd love to hear from you what is the smart metering and how it is going on, and whether it will be community level giving benefit.
Yeah, so look, smart metering is a very important ingredient in any utility. And I feel most of the complaints are related to what people were not used to paying the real costs. That's my own view. I have worked in so many countries where people feel there is a manipulation and there is a lot of increase. That is not the case. And in most places, if there is a good certification system and standards, that will take care of any miscommunication. But smart meters are very important because that allows an online availability of what you are consuming for the consumer, but also for that. India is now planning to do 20 million of them, and I think that's a very good way of managing your system.
Just in the context, I was looking into a Niti Aayog data of India, the solar potential. I think our friends, media friends from around the world are having similar kind of experiences. So I'm just giving an example. By the Niti Aayog report is saying, so for example, West Bengal is about having 22 gigawatt of potential, Telangana is having about 20 gigawatt potential. But when it comes to on-ground installation, Telangana is about 4.8 gigawatt and West Bengal is 310 megawatt. So there are several factors into it. One of them is the policy. So ISA, does it have any plan to, I won't say that you can't fix up the policy for a country or a state, but you can definitely influence the policy pattern or advocacy. So any plan to kind of influence homogenization of the policy, considering the local scenario, not only in India, but across the world?
Absolutely. So our advice on policy and regulations is a core product, but we do it only when the host country or a state in the country demands it. So we have a knowledge of what works globally and how it can be adapted to local policies. For example, I'm advising MNRE on how can the Kusum program become even more efficient, because they have asked for it, because I continue to believe the solarization of agriculture is going to be one of the most important initiatives in India. And then, of course, there are similar policies in other places. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for all your attention. You are the torch bearers, not only for ISA, for solar. Please take it to all your places and please stay in touch. You can pass on your card to Aarti, who's our lead for communications. And please feel free for any question or anything that you want. I'll be more than happy to be in touch with you. Thank you once again.
Hello, Rachel. Wonderful to have you on board.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
And a lot of you might know her as special representative on climate for government of UK. For me, she was my boss in World Bank. So it's wonderful to actually have a fireside chat with your previous boss. I was remembering a story, Rachel, if you remember, about a coal plant in India, and I got a call from her, Ashish,
yes.
What did you do? So, Rachel, thank you for all your support to clean energy. Let's first begin by asking you, solar has been such a great success story in the world right now. From where you sit, how you see the importance of clean energy and its investment, and from a UK side, what are your top 2 or 3 priorities on this transition?
So thank you very much. It's lovely to be here, and I just want to give a big shout out to the International Solar Alliance. I mean, going all the way back to Paris, I was in the room when this was announced in Paris, and look at you now. So I think actually just a round of applause for ISA. And I think it also speaks to the changing world where India is a solution provider to the world as well as for itself, right? So solar is transformative. For somebody who's got no energy at all, that first solar lamp with a charger for your cell phone is transformative. The first time that your village gets enough solar that you can operate, a business out of your house that pulps fruit and you can keep it cool is transformative. And then the ability for solar to operate underneath the grid or alongside the grid, giving you real resilience in your energy supply, is transformative. And then of course running your country as we did this year for 85 hours with no fossil fuel anywhere in the mix is transformative. So we can look at it at the micro scale, the individual scale, all the way up to economy-wide, regional-wide scale. So for the UK, our priorities are to benefit from this extraordinary resource and the precipitously fast decrease in the price of this resource, and build it out as much as we can wherever it makes sense. Understand what the real risk is of financing it and what the perceived risk is, and closing that gap. And that's a big issue, especially for least developed countries and parts of the world where there's still large energy gaps. So really making sure that there's more and more private money flowing into renewables and into solar in particular. And then what we want to really do is drive out electrification, because it's electrification running on clean energy that really is where people start engaging with the energy system in a different way. I mean, it's one thing to install lots of renewable power, but it's another thing to completely have a different relationship to your car, to your bus, to the way you get to work, the way you get to school, completely different relationship to your dwelling, because your dwelling is now giving you energy for other things. So it's the process of electrification that is transforming people's lives on a much broader scale. And that's a story of China, which is the first electrostate. But this is going to be the story of India in the future and many, many other countries. If we look at sub-Saharan Africa, they are hyperpowers in terms of their access to wind and solar. They are hyperpowers in terms of their store of critical minerals and the things that we need in the solar energy build-out. And so what solar has done, together with other renewables, is completely change the economic geography of the world. We're committed to being a renewable energy, a clean energy superpower by 2030, which means that we will be running on clean energy for more than 95% of our needs by 2030. That was God agreeing with me. And then that allows us to sort of transform people's lives. It's good jobs. The jobs pay better. It's good jobs. It's a future. It's clean air. It's reliable energy, and on and on and on. So we're just kind of hanging on to your coattails here.
Thank you so much. Also, thank you so much for the kind words. Rachel, let's talk a little bit on innovation. You were very kind in joining one of our discussions on Africa Solar Facility. The world needs a lot more innovation on financing structures than are currently there, which are difficult in some of the larger organizations. We are thinking of leveraging 1:10 to 20 on Africa Solar Facility. I will also like to take your attention to SIT's platform that you see. We have 19 countries that have joined an e-procurement strategy for SIT's platform. We are working together with the World Bank Group on this. How can we do a joint e-procurement which is much bigger, has economies of scale and attracts large-scale private sector? What's your view on what can FCDO and then with ISA to usher in a lot more innovation on financing and the platform approach that's really happening?
Yeah, so I think for small islands, one of their big issues is the size of their economies. Their economies are small. That means that they are takers rather than makers in the market. And so anything that helps them create a market together, helps them procure together, gives them additional power. And beyond solar, we're sort of very interested, like in the Caribbean, in building out a regional grid for geothermal and things like this, because individually, island by island, that's very difficult. You bring down the costs when you do it together. So I think this is fantastic. I think the British government's approach, which goes well beyond FCDO, because the technical expertise sits in our Department of Energy Security, our Foreign Office manages relationships, but this goes to trade and investment, it goes to our Treasury. We set up something last year called the Investor Task Force. So this is a task force which was set up by government, a partnership between our Treasury, our Finance Ministry, and our Foreign Ministry, with the City of London. And it's set up by government but run by the private sector, so it actually runs on time. And we set aggressive timelines. And what they're doing is looking at how do we open up the domestic pools of capital in the UK and the pools of capital in the City of London so that they are more likely to flow into emerging markets and developing economies for clean energy and clean tech. And so they're coming up with all kinds of ways in which to solve this problem, because there's not enough financing coming into this. So we're already, in the international community, we already do a lot of things. For example, in Nigeria, where you're focused, in part, the UK has been involved in the creation of a credit enhancement vehicle more than 15 years ago. And that's opened up project development to domestic developers. It's opened up domestic savings to come into projects. And it's also dealt with some of the local currency guarantee issues. So the question is, well, if we did that 15 years ago, why haven't we done a credit enhancement facility everywhere? And how do we speed that up? So there is one now in Kenya, but there are more to come. The second thing that they're really looking at is the MDB, the multilateral development banks, can actually take on much more risk if we really understood the risk that they take on now, and we really understood what a safe bet they are. And so Standard & Poor's have just done a report that came out about 3 weeks ago that showed if we re-rated the MDBs based on their actual performance, they would get a much better rating or a much easier time of it from the credit rating agencies, which would open up hundreds of billions more for financing, which we could directly plow into things that ISA and others are doing. So what we're trying to do is piece by piece, synapse by synapse, fix the financial value chain. And I think that's the right role for a country like the UK.
I can't claim that I was trying to say a yes to me. Tell us a little bit about technology. And I think with storage, green hydrogen, batteries, there is just a slew of innovation and technology issues that the world is talking about. I get asked this question, whether it is on supply chain diversification from Germany, India, Japan. What do you think the world can do to get a lot of smaller countries get integrated on a lot of new technologies as well? Because that's a question that's asked us a lot more.
So it's a great question. I mean, 2 or 3 things come to mind. So first of all, we hosted earlier this year together with IEA in London, a conference on energy security. And one big part of that was how to secure the supply chain for renewable energy in a world where it's beginning to fragment, in a world where we're having sort of conflict between major powers, and where we've got a supply chain issues, or there's a shortage of supply. And what was very interesting there is that no matter how big or how small the country, everybody wanted to talk about this. Everybody wanted to talk about how to secure the supply chain and to make it work for everybody, so that those at the end of the supply chain who are mining nickel or whatever benefit from that, just as we benefit from being able to build out our solar and wind in particular faster. So I think this is increasingly becoming a major issue. Then I think so we have a technology partnership with China in the free trade agreement and the strategic partnership we signed with India this year. Clean tech and clean energy are a big part. And what we're trying to do there is make sure that as these technologies come to the point where they are, that they can scale and that they can be deployed, that the cost of deployment is manageable, and that we're bringing the finance together with the technology at the right pace so that it can be demonstrated. So in India, 7-10 years ago, we were investing in, or we were talking about, grid, solar, really quite basic stuff, right? Now, the conversation is how can the UK mobilise concessional capital and other capital together with private investment to come into the leading edge of India's green technology revolution. And what's that? That's electrolyzers, first generation, second generation, manufacturing. That's battery storage, new technologies for battery storage. It is around green hydrogen. And I think what's changed is that, so we're looking at deploying a special kind of capital at the leading edge of a revolution that's really underway. And we're doing that because we need India to succeed in its NDC and its goals. But it's also then a way to get India reinvesting back in the UK. So it's a virtuous circle. So, and then with China, China is driving ahead on green hydrogen really fast because it's got a market. It's got a domestic market. You have a domestic market too. I think then the kind of thing you're doing with the SIDS is you've got to build a market that has demand. That demand has to be expressed, and then the supply can flow to it. The problem in Europe and the UK is that we haven't sent demand signals for green hydrogen, and that's going to have to be fixed in the next few years. Probably be fixed with supply from India.
Thank you. I know you have to go, but let me ask you one final question, but also tell you that a big change in ISA right now is how to move from pilots to platforms. We've created a global solar facility in India, for which we have started with Africa Solar Facility. Then we are creating a Silicon Valley for solar, where cutting edge AI and digital, hopefully launched an AI summit. But we are linking all the 17 centers of excellence that we have on countries. We are talking about One Sun, One World Grid that was launched at Glasgow, but now is operational. We are talking about SIDS, and we are starting a new vertical on technology policy and roadmap. So it's a very exciting agenda. We are here all about implementation. But let me ask you as a concluding question, what would success look like for you in COP and next 1 year?
You mean COP31, the next one?
Well, ending with COP30 and going to COP31. Okay. What would success look like?
I was more interested in COP33, which might be in India. But anyway, so I think in the next year, I think the granular analysis of what finance is needed for what kinds of investment that analysis is kind of done. I think 2 or 3 days ago, CPI, who do fantastic analytic work and have worked with you, came out with a report that they did with others on what's the equity gap, what's the working capital gap, where's the debt gap. And I think the more that we understand what quality of finance is needed, in which market, for what kind of part of the renewable energy infrastructure, we should see progress on that. The second thing is we're doing a lot to, as I said, close the gap between the real risk and the perceived risk. I think there's a lot more we can do so that investors understand that solar is a good bet, right? So this perceived risk of certain countries, this perceived risk of a new technology. This is now a proven technology at scale in all kinds of markets. And so we should be able to build it out even further. And then thirdly, I really hope that we can start to make progress on using solar and solar cooking to bring clean cooking to more schools, more hospitals, more individual, residences, etc. But it is absurd to me, it is offensive to me that in 2025, 2.8 billion people, women mainly, can't cook cleanly, and the cost of putting a decent plate of food in front of their children is their children's lung capacity. We have to end that.
Wonderfully said. I want to also promise to you that we are actually doing a big flagship on what would solarization of Africa based on Indian experience entail.
Fantastic.
And that would entail solar cooking. There are some solutions that must come in, but also a lot of work on reducing the perceived risk. And let me park a question with you that I'd love to have a separate discussion on solarization of agriculture.
Okay.
Africa has 4% of arable land under irrigation compared to 60 in India and 70% in China. Every African head of state is telling me this 3 million solar pump program of India, what can I do to increase my solar irrigation? I think there is such an enormous power of community empowerment, food security, job creation to solarization of agriculture. That's something I really look forward to.
So I completely agree with you, which means that here in Belém we have to agree on a roadmap on deforestation, because if those forests become any more unstable than they are now, that water table won't be there, and we won't be able to, even with the most efficient technology, be able to do that. So it's all linked. I've got to go, I'm afraid. I've got to run to a negotiation. But I just want to say that this is exactly the kind of solution-oriented organisation we need. We're grateful to you. Thank you all for coming, and I'm sorry I have to go.
Give it a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure, Vishen. We'll just take a picture.
Yes.
प्रेजेंटेशन वही शेयर करेगा।
हाँ, निकेश के साथ एक बार टेस्ट करूँगा।
कैसे करूँ? निकेश, you are there? Nikesh, if you can just unmute and say a few words. We can see your presentation.
Nikesh, share the version that I have shared with you right now.
Okay. Nikesh, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Am I audible?
Sure.
We can hear you very clearly.
Just let me know when we can start, when you are ready.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. So we are starting now, Nikesh. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to you. A very good time with all the rains happening around. We are having a very short session today. The session is on a report that ISA publishes periodically, and the title of that report is Ease of Doing Solar. Many of you have a printed copy of the brief in your hand that we had put. So, just to briefly introduce myself, I am Mohammad Saif and I am a partner with Ernst & Young. We work together with ISA's resource mobilization team to publish this report. The latest version of the report was published a few weeks back at the 8th ISA Assembly, and this is titled Ease of Doing Solar for 2025. I have with me the resource mobilization team of ISA online. It is headed by Kanv, and we have Nikesh and Sachi also there. I would request Nikesh to take over the presentation, and quickly we have Kanv and Nikesh. So Nikesh, over to you. I would request Nikesh to give a brief about the framework, how we cover 125 countries, how we evaluate them, and how do we bucket them into different categories. It's quite an interesting work that we do. Over to you, Nikesh.
Hi, Saf. Thanks for the introduction. Is my screen visible to everyone? Uh, Hi. Can is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. And I think my screen is not visible. Is it visible now?
Yes, visible. We can.
Yes, it's visible.
So, hello everyone. It's a privilege to join you virtually while you have gathered in the city of Belém. I hear the Amazonian weather is warm and humid, perfect for the rainforest. Maybe not so good for wearing a suit. But I hear and I see that the energy on the ground is incredible, and thousands of delegates and experts coming together to shape the future of climate action. I mean, it's a big event for the climate community that's happening right now. And even though I'm far, I do feel very connected to the pulse of what's happening there. But let's just dive in to let's turn to the topic of the discussion, which is ease of doing solar. Thank you, Seth, for your opening remarks and introducing the team. UI team has indeed given a lot of commitment or has been the driving force behind these efforts. So it's inspiring that the product or the framework that has come out uh, by all the hard work that the team has put in. Uh, just to start with, what is the ease of doing business? It's a global analytical product developed by International Solar Alliance. It's designed to help us understand, compare, and accelerate solar adoption across diverse countries and regions. I'll walk through I'll walk through the key findings, implications for solar finance, and how these insights help countries drive policy action, drive help investors drive their investment decisions or identify priority markets for investments, how it drives entrepreneurs, or how it drives flow of energy as in those regions and countries that we have evaluated. But let's begin with the purpose behind the EUDS. So, EUDS was conceived as a concept to address a fundamental question. What is it really for, or what does it really take for a country to succeed in scaling up solar energy? We know that adoption of solar energy is not about technology or finance, but it's about creating an ecosystem which would we have policies, infrastructure, market maturity, the economic stability, uh, the and of course needs of people take a priority, and all of these things work together. UBS provides a structured, multi-layered approach, which has 7 drivers the, at the first level, and these drivers act as pillars of solar readiness, ranging from market maturity to financing. These 7 drivers are then further classified or further extended into 19 parameters, which then provides measurable aspects of the different drivers. And these parameters are then further detailed by 56 key performance indicators. These performance indicators allow us to track progress and identify gaps, and these are measurable in nature. These have been assigned numerical values to be able to compare between different countries and different regions. The framework is it has gone through rigorous improvement and rigorous in analytical process with a lot of stakeholder consultations as well as internal revisions and iterations. And after this, it has become I would say, uh, a practical framework which offers today actionable insights for the stakeholders, for policymakers, for investors, as well as for development partners. For instance, if I mean, I'll maybe give a one step more deeper dive into the framework, and then maybe explain it a little better. Uh, the seven drivers that we saw in the previous page, those are effectively divided. Those are effectively as listed: market maturity, macroeconomy, policy enablers, infrastructure, financing, and energy imperatives. uh, these seven drivers cover the full spectrum of what's needed for solar success. And then each of these drivers are then further unpacked into parameters and KPIs. For instance, under energy imperatives, we have energy outlook and energy tariff. These two parameters are then further divided into 11 KPIs, which are measurable in nature. And these KPIs then, and when these countries, all the 125 member countries of ISA, when these are measured across the KPIs, they give a composite score of that country on energy imperatives. And similarly, the similar process is followed for other seven or for other six drivers. For instance, if a country might have excellent solar resources but lack protection for investors or lack grid infrastructure, EODS helps this framework helps pinpoint these gaps, which enables targeted interventions. Uh, for instance, you will see going in the next slides as well, that African countries provide abundant, or they have abundant solar resources, which are offset by challenges in grid infrastructure, access to finance, market maturity, etc. And the report highlights those things and helps countries prioritize their efforts. Uh, this framework is also this framework considers critical factors in the deployment value chain, which is the 56 KPIs that we discussed in the previous page. These KPIs are further divided into three categories. Around 17% of those KPIs are country level macroeconomic enablers, whereas around 22% of those KPIs are driven from power and utility ecosystem. They cover aspects related to ecosystem that may influence development of solar in any country. And then further, which is the largest section, the solar sector related specific aspects, which have a direct bearing on development of the renewable energy sector in that country. So a combination of these KPIs, which has 60% weightage in solar sector, around 20% weightage in power and utility sector, and around 20% weightage to macroeconomic economic enablers of that country. This comprehensive variety or range of parameters or KPIs ensure that while the study or the entire evaluation is comprehensive in nature, but it also gives due weightage to the to factors specific to solar. We have other rating mechanisms like ease of doing business was there, and there are several other ratings or several other studies which rate countries on different parameters. What's specific about this study is that it compares countries primarily on their solar on their ability or their framework for enabling solar in that country. The framework categorizes all the countries into four categories, uh, which are achiever, influencer, progressive, and potential. Achiever would be a country which has robust and consistent performance across the solar ecosystem. They are good at the market is mature, the macroeconomic conditions are great, uh, the financing is easily available, infrastructure is available, all the policy framework is stable as well as forward-looking and flexible to improve to accommodate technological advancements. Whereas an influencer would be someone which has some areas of strength but still has some gaps. They are into, in a way, they have a moderately favorable environment, which may come out of strong political leadership, or from market development, or sometimes purely from technological feasibility. But at the same time, there are some areas where these countries lack. Progressive countries are classified as those who are in the early stage of development. They have shown some momentum. There are some installations that are happening, but they still need some support, and they still need some guidance or learning from other countries who have done it better and are on the learning curve. Whereas potential, which is the fourth category, that is a category where the foundational work is still underway. The policies are still being put up, or the frameworks are still being designed. The grid is, in a way, not, or the overall access and financing and market maturity is not really at a level where solar could really become a strong source of energy for that country. This categorization is not just academic, it's a practical tool for tailoring strategies. For instance, achievers like India and Australia, they are focusing on innovation and scaling, while progressives such as maybe Bangladesh or Cameroon, they can benefit from capacity building and policy support. Further, this analysis provides some regional insights, as you would see in the second half of the page in front of you. Uh, the Africa region, uh, our analysis shows that their technological feasibility and energy imperatives are really the areas of strength, whereas market maturity and financing is the area where they somehow lag. And then if we talk about Asia Pacific region, uh, policy enablers and energy imperatives are some areas where they can work and they can improve, while market maturity is there already. And then similarly for Europe and others, as well as lack market maturity is there, but there are other areas which they can potentially improve, or through building investor confidence if they're lacking in financing, or adding some or being more flexible towards newer technologies by improving, and that can lead to their technological feasibility score improvements. Uh, this is Here you will see a map of all the member countries which have been covered in this study, and different colors represent how they are ranked as outcome of this analysis. Uh, just to share some highlights, around 65% of the achievers. This is a study that we've been doing since 2019. The last version came in 2022. And you would see that around 65% of the achievers have retained their previous classification, which they received in 2022, which is showing sustained excellence. Whereas around 14 countries have improved their status, reflecting successful interventions and reforms. Whereas some countries like India, Australia, Russia, Australia, France, Brazil, they have Israel, Denmark. These are some notable achievers. Uh, Take Ethiopia for an example. The recent policy reforms in investment in grid infrastructure have propelled it from a potential to a progressive country, which is opening new opportunities for solar developers as well as investors. Asia Pacific has consistently performed. The entire region has consistently performed well on market maturity and macroeconomy. Africa, as I said earlier, it's performing well on technological feasibility with abundant solar resources, giving natural advantage. Uh, Further, if you look at regional classification, among the achievers, 50% of the countries are from Europe and others region, whereas around 25% belong to the Asia Pacific region. And in the potentials, around 58% of the countries are from Africa, but it also has a significant share of Asia Pacific countries, around 32% of the potential countries, which are classified there. Uh, uh, Further, you would notice that if you do a deep dive, you'll see that there are clear policy and regulatory frameworks that have attracted private investment in the achiever and influencer countries, and then and also the fact that areas which lack some of these aspects, they are relying more on concessional developmental finance or interventions to enable growth of solar in that region. We have while this study has evolved over the years, we still believe that there are some areas that we can learn or where we can adapt further. Some of the focus areas that we have identified where we will continue improving our engagement with the stakeholders and improve further the quality of or assessment would be will would be, for instance, we would look forward to having more more enhanced engagement with the NFPs. We would like to position EODS in the government's policy making agenda to attract investors. We would also uh, next year be targeting to release a digital version which would have access and which would have enhance the accessibility and interactivity of the countries. We will be able to compare two countries uh, rankings as well as ratings across the seven drivers, and then different countries can learn from each other how they are performing poorly or what kind of impediments are there in improving their score and rating. And then we are also in parallel exploring some new indicators which are relevant to improve the credibility and which are also easily available, which makes the report more comprehensive. In parallel, the team is also working on partnering with organizations like WEC, World Economic Council, World Energy Council, or World Economic Forum, who publish results in the similar areas. And we will be leveraging their expertise and resources to make this even better. To conclude, UBS is more than just an analytical product. It provides roadmap for action. Uh, Different countries can it gives opportunities for countries as well as investors to compare different regions as well as different countries and adapt their for in case of investors their investment decisions for with respect to countries their own policy action with respect to say development finance institutions. It helps them identify what are the areas of intervention that they can use to improve the solar readiness for those countries, uh, and for uh, for entrepreneurs also it provides an opportunity to understand which countries or which regions they should target for new products or new technologies that they're coming up with. I mean, and as we and I mean this is a tool which has empowered countries for the last few years and will continue to evolve as we go forward. And as we gather at COP, uh, the urgency for climate action is clear, and solar energy that offers a pathway to decarbonization and energy security. This study will help all of you understand which countries and which regions lie where on the ecosystem, and help and will provide tools and insights to make this to improve overall development of or to improve the readiness of solar across the regions in a very helpful manner. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions. and to collaborate with all of you to make solar energy accessible and impactful for every nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikesh. It was a very comprehensive presentation. Before I ask the audience for any questions, Kan, anything that you would like to add on this?
No, I think I would just like to thank the EY team for giving us the support year on year on the EODS. And, we look forward to everybody coming together into making EODS, as Nikesh said, a huge success for the coming years. We want to make this as the go-to report and the tool for any countries who want to get into a healthy competition with each other on developing the solar ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kan. If there is any question, happy to take. Otherwise, I would quickly... No questions? Okay. I'd like to thank the resource team from ISA for the presentation, and I would also like to say that you have the hard copies of the briefs in your hand. You also can search for this report on the website of ISA. Please try to circulate this, socialize this, because the intention is, and this is the truth, that ease of doing solar is probably the only comprehensive compendium of solar of so many countries in a single report. So as Kan mentioned, the intention is to socialize it and make it the single most report of solar globally, which is referred to by the governments, by the regulators, by financing agencies, everyone. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Kan, Nikesh, Sachi, and Ritin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks, guys.